Hello, this is Dimitri with Ukidz LLC, UGears US. Today we're going to be assembling motorcycle Scrambler UGR-10 with Sidecar. I have an open box here and just return, but let's see. Should be, everything is in here. Doesn't look like any parts are missing, so we're gonna see if we can assemble it. The reason for the return was the little discoloration, and the discoloration is normal in plywood. I mean, you do have different layers. I mean, there are 3 different layers, so it is wood. I mean, it's natural material, so there might be certain things that are not perfect. However, doesn't matter for this part of the assembly, and frankly, once you put it together, you're not going to notice any of these differences because of the just of the shape and colors of the model. So let's start. So it's 3 boards. We do have the instructions, so you have some rubber bands. Wax was missing, so I'm just using my own toothpicks, sandpaper, and so on. Once again, with the sandpaper, I prefer to use the file myself, but occasionally sandpaper comes handy too. So let's just have it on the side. I'm gonna put the boards on the side, and as always, let's go through the manual. So first thing first, obviously, do not light up the candle. The purpose of it is to lubricate, not to give you light, and you don't need to warm up the wax. It's usually soft enough to apply to the wood. Next thing is another warning: do not use your fingers to push the toothpicks through, forcing through, because you might puncture yourself. And then let's go through some legends, some little labels that we have within the booklet. When you see this, it's to use the wax and wax all the parts. This is the sandpaper, so you do need to sand the part a little bit to remove the burrs. Exclamation mark, make sure you pay attention to the specific step. This is to cut the parts out or cut the toothpick. When you see this with 2 airs, push the parts together, press them in. If you see it crossed, leave it as is for time being. Do not push them together. You're probably gonna need to insert something else. And then when you see the 2 little gears with the airs, means check mechanism, make sure it's operating properly. Here's the list of some of the parts that are included as extras. You see the Plaid sign right next to him and the arrow pointing. That means this is a spare component, just in case if you broke it or missing it, or it delaminated, whatever the reason is. So there's some extras on there. And then you have a couple helping tools. There's H1 and H2, just to help you to push the parts out of the board and to measure certain things and so on. So we're gonna move on to the page number 4 to start the assembly. Once again, it shows you how to use the tool H1. Both of those are on board number 1, bottom right corner. So we get the H2 and H1 out, and we're gonna start the assembly. Step 1 on page number 4. We need parts. Once again, we're staying on board number 1, so you need parts number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are top left corner. So 1. Let's see. 2 is gonna be little round pieces. I'm just trying to find one. They're right here, and a little to the right. So there's in this particular model a lot of smaller parts, so they're gonna be a little harder to find, but they're there. So number 2, number 3 is top left corner. Number 4 is right below number 3. And number 5 right at the center there, at the top. All right, so obviously with part number 5, since it's a gear, we do need to wax it. I'm using a little tea candle wax, and so just the wax is soft enough with the room temperature to be able to dip the gears in to get some wax on it. If you have the stick from the unit from the model, then you just kind of like wax it on to the gear. Let's see, next we need to send part number 2. Now, once again, I'm using the file. Just remove the little connection point. And usually, if it's sending involved, there's probably going to be some movement next to it. So I put a little bit of lubricant on it also. So as I do that, and let's see part number 1, we put the 2 through it, all the way in as far as it can go. Then part number 3 goes through the bottom hole with the little tab facing away from you. So that's where part number 2 is going to go inside. So that's why you need to sand and wax it. Then part number 4. And then part number 5 all the way at the end. Then we need one of the toothpicks. Actually, I have open pack here already, so I'm just going to use those. And here you need to split the toothpick in half. And then you take it and push it through the hole. And you can use a little helping tool to help you push it through. And then you need to leave a little bit on one side. And then we cut off the other end, also leaving a little bit on the other side. So that way you got the toothpick will hold the gear from falling off. I see a little burr on here, so I'm just going to remove it. Little fibers. So now the gears should stay on there. That was our step number 2. Moving on to the step number 3, and that's what it's shown right here, that you need to leave a little bit of a toothpick on both ends. And then we put part number 6 on there. So part number 6, top left corner, there are a bunch of them there. And just push one out, sand it and wax it. And we put it on the end of the little sub-assembly that we just made. It sticks right there. Next step 4, you need parts number 7. Still at the top there, a little to the right of the center line. Another part number 6. Actually, we're gonna need 2 for this, so I might as well just take both those out right away. As you can see, I'm working those parts out, so it's you don't damage them. Number 8 are a little bit below. There are 2 right there. So you'll see the number 9 on top. Once again, working the parts in and out of the... Alright, so there's part of the bigger sub-assembly. I'm just going to take those out, keep the number 16 in for now, and push the 8s out separately. All right, this is garbage. Now 2/6. All right, so sand both of those. Put a little bit of wax on them. Wax on part number 8. Once again, I'm just dipping it, or you can just apply it by hand. Second number 8. And we need to wax that little end of part number 7. Now, part number 6 got it stuck in there in a wax. So we put part number 6 first. Then it goes through the hole, so the gear's on the right side. that little extension towards the back. So it goes through the hole. Then you put 2 number 8s on there. Push them through all the way to the end, first and second. They should line up with each other. And then make sure it engages with the bottom gear. And then push it as far as they can go. And then we'll lock it with part number 6 on the end. Just like this. And check, make sure that the gears operate. We're good to go. That's our A1. So step number 1 on the bottom to the right on page number 4, we need two parts number 6, 2 9s, and 1 10. So 2 6s, 1 and 2. I guess I can put this on the side, just make sure you don't lose it. 2 number 9s right at the top there. And part number 10. Number 10 is right next to the left of number 9, so it's a smaller part. Kind of work it back and forth a little bit, push it out. Now we need to sand and wax part number 6. All right. And then wax the little gears number 9. The more wax you apply to them, the better it is. I mean, the wax will work itself into the wood, and then also you need to work it into the mechanism. So, because it's wood, there's a lot of friction, so you want to reduce it as much as possible. Now, number 10, 9, 6 from one end, and 6 from the other end. So we get like the little gear cluster here. That's our A2, put it on the side, moving to page number 5. So that goes into A1, same from the side where the gears are at, into the uppermost hole. Once again, make sure there is operation, they're engaging, and then we're locking it with part number 14 in step number 2. Also on board number 1, to the right, a little below part number 15. And then make sure the tabs are along the second hole rather than the first one. So you just put it like this. And then part number 15 goes on the bottom. So that's the one that we're just looking at, top right corner of number 1 board with the tab facing to the left and the round off piece on the bottom. So that goes with the bottom hole, and there is like a little step there, looks like it, right? So based on the picture here in the step number 4, so it doesn't go, you don't need to slide it all the way to the end. So that goes into the part number 16 in step 4. That's the one right at the center below all these openings now. So with the round off piece, that little tab facing towards you, we're inserting parts into these 2 holes right here. So there's a little rectangular hole and another smaller rectangular hole. So those are parts number 14 and 15, they go in there. So the 14 goes into the top one, and then the little let's see if there's going to be engagement on the bottom. There's so the tabs on that first part, that it's going to go right here, and then the smaller one's going to go in the hole below there. So there's engagement in both all 3 components. Need to rotate number 15 there so it engages properly, and you push it in as far as you can go, just like this. Next step. All right, so that's just zoom in so it shows you the other 2 connections there. So you got the 14 larger tab in here, 15 on the bottom, and these 2 also slide in into these 2 little holes. So once again, let's check if the gears are operating. So there's still, everything is working properly. and there is movement, so everything mechanism is working. So I'm gonna put it on the side for now. For step number 5, we need parts number 11, 2 11s. They're right at the top right corner. Work them in and out. Part number 12, a little below it to the left, and part number 13 is right below the 11s. No waxing needed on these, so let's see. So 12 goes into these little rectangular holes. 13 is gonna go in the round holes. Since there's gonna be, push 11 as far as it can go, so since there's gonna be a rotation, I will put a little bit of a wax on these part number 13 where it's gonna interact with 11, just a tiny bit, so there's a smoother operation. And then another 11 on the other side, and push it all the way in as far as it can go. All right, so and then now that sub-assembly is going to go into the assembly that we just made before, with the 13 going through that little hole, and number 12 engaging into the holes. So now you got, this is rotating and this is sitting there. That's our part number A, or sub-assembly A. Moving on to page number 6. Step number 1, we need parts number 18 and 17. 18 is going to be on the top right corner, so that's, we're working our way down, looks like it. So all the parts are empty there, so easy to find number 18. And then we need part number 17, and 17 is going to be to the left, all the way at the edge almost, right below the halfway, middle to top. Now we need to wax number 17. All right, so put a wax on there, and number 18 goes from the top, let's see, all the way into the tabs, so as far as it can go. Now we need 4 little toothpicks, so just gonna take 2. I mean, we got 1 here, but we need, it's only gonna make it 3 if you use 1, so we need 2. Chop them in half, and then they go from the end, the shorter end and thicker end, where they go into the holes on a gear number 17. So it's not, there is on the helping tool number 2, where the measurement is at, there's a tiny hole, so you can use that as to push the toothpicks in. So you just need to get it started first. Careful, because they're sharp on one end, and then you push it through that hole and apply a little bit of a pressure. Make sure you're balancing correct, and so it pushes through the hole. Actually, that's what that hole is for, the little one. And the last one, number 4. Now I'm gonna just press it on the other end to make sure it's flat with the surface. Probably gonna have to do it again when I insert more parts. That was our step number 2, and then now step number 3, we need to put parts number 19, 20, and 21 through it. So 19, 20, and 21. 19 goes first. There's only one way you can put it in, because you have that little tab on the side there. Now, make sure all the toothpicks are going through the 4 holes that are there. Let's see if there's going to be an easy way to push those through, because they're going to be coming out from the other end. So I'm going to use the little helping tools just to hold the toothpicks, make sure they don't come out, and push that part number 19 all the way to the gear 17. Then we do part number 20. Do the same thing. And then part number 21, there's a direction errors that they need to face you to make sure that, I guess, for the further steps. And the same thing all the way in. Now make sure these toothpicks are not sticking out from one end. And then in step number 4, we just slice it off the other end. So usually, as you guys know, I usually just pre-cut them, because that's all technically all you need on there. Just pre-cut it a little bit, and then you can just snap those off. Now they're going to be probably sticking out, so you can either use the file or the sandpaper. I would just sand them down a little bit to have it a nice clean look. So that's done. And our step number 5, we turn it upside down. We put up part number 2, 22, and 23 on top of it. So part number 2, that's going to be their second one. Oops. Take that out. Part number 22. 22 is going to be right above the center line, or middle, to the right of the center. 22, and then a 23. It's a little teeth gear with the teeth. To the left of number 16. Let's see. So 2, a little sanding. And waxing. And then number 23, just a little wax on the teeth. Just like that. So we turn that upside down, the sub-assembly that we just did. Put part number 2 first, all the way to the end. Then part number 22 goes over it. And then we lock it with the 23 with the teeth facing counterclockwise direction. So you got two little dots on there, so those need to face up as far as it can go. And then we use one of the toothpicks that we already have, the little half toothpicks. Push it through. Use the tool because you don't want to hurt your nails or anything. And push it through so it sticks out a little bit on one end, and then we chop off the other end. Also make sure not flat, but to make sure it sticks out a little bit so the gear doesn't fall out. And that's our step number 6. Make sure there is a rotation. Good. Step number 7 shows how it's supposed to stick a little bit. I guess those marks are for the toothpick. And then we put part number 25, 24, and 26. So 25 is right top left corner, 26 is right next to it, and then 24 is going to be a little bit below. All right, so let's see, 25 goes through that hole. I'll put a little bit of wax on these rectangular piece. And then we got part number 26. We need a little bit of waxing. And that goes, let's see, with the little marks facing towards the top. I'm going to put it over. $25, and then 24 goes with the little opening here with the tab facing up right into the hole. Let's see, next step, we need to measure a little toothpick, cut off the end, and we do using H2, we need to cut it off to length 3. Roman numeral 3 there, so you just chop off the end, so you get a little piece like that, and that's gonna go from the side of the gear into this hole right here. kind of like close it with the gear on the other side to make sure it's nice and flat against the surface there. And then we put part number 27, which is the top left corner now. Let's see with the, all right, so we're gonna look from the top. There's like a little hook, so the hook facing clockwise direction if you look from the top. So we put it over that little toothpick there, and it should just slide through. It's big enough opening, and line up with part number 26, little cutouts. So we can see the lineups here. So that hooks need to go into the little gears of part number 23. All right, and then we lock all that assembly with part number 28, which is right here to top left, a little above the center, middle to the left of the center. So that goes over three parts. Let's see, make sure. It locks everywhere. Now that toothpick went out a little bit on the other end, so I'm gonna push it back in. Once again, you don't want it to interfere with the gears here. So you can see it here, came out on top is the way it's supposed to be. Let's see, everything is rotating properly. There's a little interference. So once again, toothpick back in. Make sure there is no interference. Make sure everything is rotating. So you need to rotate that part number 25 needs to go up and down. And actually, I think we need to push it further out. So the hole's sticking on the top. And then make sure the gears are working here. And with no interference from that little toothpick, which still pops out for me. Gonna push it a little more again. And actually, I'll use another toothpick there to just push it like just a little below the surface, so it's doesn't have chance actually as I hold it. There we go. So that part number 28, I just pushed it down further by holding the toothpick a little bit under the surface. So no interference there. Moving on to the page number 7, and then we same as before, toothpick through that hole and the top of part number 25. And push it just so a little bit sticks out, and then you cut it off on the other end for a little, so a little bit of it also sticks out on the other end. So make sure everything is working still, everything is operational. And now we need a little 12mm rubber band, which I'm missing from that return. And that will give us the chance to talk a little bit of a part replacement. So we do have option to replace the parts if you're missing, lost, or they were just not there. If you purchase the model from us, we will replace it at no charge. If you purchased it elsewhere, there's a $3.50 shipping charge. However, we can also order it from the manufacturer, and but it will take about let's see, 3 to 4 weeks for the shipment to get to you. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Okay, here we go. There's another bag. smaller gear. So here's the, once again, replacement parts or rubber bands or wax or whatever else you need. Purchase it from me, I'll replace it for you at no charge. If you purchased it elsewhere, either two options. One is to request it from the manufacturer. I can do it for you if you send me the information, or to pay $3.50 and I will ship it from the warehouse from my warehouse in Illinois. So now we putting the rubber band on. So we hook it on the little tab there, bring it all around, and hook it on the same tab from the other end. Just make sure it's hooked on there. Move that part away, and I'm gonna use a little toothpick just to make sure that that rubber band sits on that little tab. So push one end all the way in and the other end, make sure it doesn't slip. All right, so still moving, everything is still good. And now we're like part number 21 and step number 29, sorry. That would be on board number 1 on the right hand side below the middle there, closer to the edge, right next to the H1. And that part goes with its shorter tabs into these two openings right there, just like this. Now back to that little on step number 16, it shows that little toothpick that we were talking about a little bit earlier that I pushed a little bit below the surface. So make sure it doesn't stick out by running this through, and it should be nice and easy operation. And then that's our part B. So we're checking, make sure this rotates both directions, which we check and make sure that this part 25 rotates clockwise if you look at from the top on it. So, and there is operation there. So we're all good with part number B. Moving on to page number 8. And it looks like we're making a wheel here. So we need 6 of the half toothpicks. Got it. Take 3 toothpicks, got it in half. And then we need part number 38 and 36. They're on board number 1 on the bottom here. So 38 is right here to the right of the center line, and then 36 gonna be 1 on the bottom. Right at the center, I'm gonna take the internal parts out because we're gonna need those 39s probably a little bit later. And we need part number 32, which is also on the bottom to the right of the center line there. So here we do part number 38. Let's see. There are holes on part number 38. There's a little round holes that you need to put the toothpick through. Now you can probably actually, instead of putting it through, you can just kind of like squeeze it in. Just like this. So there's 4 is gonna go on 38 on the outside. Three, 4, 3. Why don't I see I see 4 on here, but it only shows 3, and then 3, actually no, 4 and 2. So 2 gonna go through the center, the part number 32. At the edge there. then 4 through the outside of that part number 38. Then we put the part number 36 toothpick through these little holes on there. I'm gonna leverage it against the surface of my table and carefully put it alongside the toothpicks so you don't break the part. Your part number 32 needs to go in the middle. And then we do part number in step number 2, part number 34, which is going to be that's above the 35 on the left hand side. So 2 toothpicks gonna go through the center. I'm gonna do those first because that's probably gonna be easier. Same thing, just leverage it against the table, push it in, and then the outside toothpicks, I'm gonna go into the outside holes, leveraging against the table, push it all the way in. The next part number 33. So 33 is going to be 36 right above the 36 at the center here. Take the middle out. Outside holes only on that one. Push it on. Then let's see, port number 32 again. Bottom of port number 1. That's gonna go through the 2 center holes, or toothpicks, push it all the way in. Then part number 35. 35 is gonna be to the left here. Toothpicks on the outside and on the inside. Make sure all of them line up, push it in. Part number 36, right at the center. Take out the 39s. That's the outside toothpicks only. I see some burrs here. Extra material. Take that out. Let's see, 36 is on. Now part number 38. 38 is right here to the right of the center line. Once again, outside holes only. And that's gonna be only like that's a half circles there. Push it in as far as it can go. Then 32 on the left hand side right here, and then 37 on the bottom. So 32 goes into the center hole, or center toothpicks, and then 37 right over it. Brake caliper. And we chop off all the toothpicks in step number 5. So once again, pre-cut, cut off, whatever works, pre-cut, chop off the excess material, and then 2 at the center. Got those done. And now step number 6, we put 20 of the part number 39. We just got a bunch of them out. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And then on the bottom of the board number 1, got, let's see, 18, 19, and 20. There's a spare one just in case. And let's see, those get inserted right. Remove excess material if you see any. Just make sure it's not going to be on the way of those 20s. So we insert them into those openings there. All around. They should slide in. Pretty easy. Once you balance it or get it lined up perfectly. And we're just moving all around. About halfway through, I just push those in. Just like a little ribs on the wheel. And if it sticks out a little bit, try to move it a little to the right, to the left, just to insert it completely, because there's little grooves on there for perfect fit. And if those grooves don't line up, it's gonna stick out a little bit. It may stick out on either both sides or one side a little bit. So just work it in left to right a little bit to get it in perfectly. So to make sure there's barely any spacing there. Just like that, to make sure they're all the way in. All of those, and then we need 2 rubber bands, black ones. On the outside, let's see, just take 2, and they're gonna go right on the outside edge. They're grooves in those parts number 39, so it should fit in right into that groove all around. Just like this. And now our wheel is ready. Moving on to the page number 9. Now we need part number 30. Bottom left, outboard number 1. And we insert parts number 31. I've seen it with the previous bike, those tough little guys, but we need 4 of those, so 5 actually. There's 1 spare, they're in the top right corner. Board number 1. And let's see, we do have a special tool that we can use. I took all 6 out. Okay, and you need to start it, I guess. Use the tool and push that part all the way in, kind of like center. Make sure it is symmetrical. Or start it off, little tough little guys, and use the tool. Tool is pretty good, actually works very nice. Parts go in pretty easy. That's our steps number 8, 9, 10, and 11 that I'm doing right now. And the last one, number 5. We'll try, this one doesn't want to come in very easy, so I'm gonna put it against, no, that's not gonna work. All right, got it in. Then step number 12, so I'll put that on the side for now. Maybe I'll need it later. So step number 12, I need part number 6. Got one out here on 2 sides. So 2 6s. I need part number 41 and 40. 41 is going to be on the bottom right here, actually 40. And 41 is going to be, there's extra 6, 31, 41 is right next to the 33 right here, right below the middle to the right, to the left of the center line. And let's see, we need 6s to be sanded. And waxed. And then 40, also the long part of it waxed. All right, so the 40 is gonna go from the back here. Actually, let's do the 30 and 1/6 on first, onto the shorter end of 40. Then it goes from the back, from the side, that you don't see the, and as far as it can go, the brake, and then part number 41, and then 6 to lock it up. And that's your wheel is ready. That's C, put it on the side. And then we need 2 toothpicks. We're in step number 1 on the board, page number 9 on the bottom there. And we need parts number 42, 43, 44, 43, 44, 43, 42. And that's gonna be, let's see, we just need one long one. There should be on board number 1. So we got 42. So this here. On both ends. Then 43. 44. 43 again. 44. And 43. Put the word on the side. Use the toothpick. Put it through the 42. And then we do 43. 44. Kind of start from the top and then work your way down the toothpick. And lock it with a 42. And then we cut it off at the other end. And that's going to be a little wing. That's a D1. And we're moving on to page number 10. Page 10, step 1. Okay, so we need to pre-cut the the length to length 3, one toothpick, and then pre-cut another one to H2, to step 2 or size 2. All right, got both. Next one is parts number 45 and 46. Both of those are on board number 1, so they're right here in this cluster. So we need part number 45 and 46. All right, so with 46, with that little design facing you, the long toothpick's gonna go on the left, and the short's gonna go on the center hole. And then the 45 goes from behind into the rectangular hole all the way in. And then we need part number 47 and 48. They're in the same cluster. Well, at least the 47 is. Let's find the 48. It's gonna be that's right here on that little where the 6s are. So okay, so now we have the 47 is gonna go from behind. So we push the toothpick a little further, and that's where the 47 goes with that little dot towards part number 45, facing up. So let's see, just need to get it, toothpicks fit. And so your short toothpick should be completely in both parts, and then the long one just flush with the back so it sticks out a little bit, and that's where the 48 goes onto that toothpick, just like this. And then we have the part number 49. Part number 49, that's the big piece right here above that cluster. And we need to wax on the inside of that little, I'm gonna use the toothpick. Just spread a little bit of a wax on the inside. And then we attach that sub-assembly into that center hole there, rectangular. Just like this. And that's our D2. So move it on the side. Next step is number 1 on the bottom. We do part number 50 and 2 51s. And so 50 is right below that cluster again. And then we just pulled out for 45, 46, 47. And then 51s are on the right hand side, a little bit above the middle, to the right of the center line, closer to the, or close to the right side, right edge. So we need to wax on the inside of these hoops. And then these gonna go into the outer holes on part number 50. Then we take that sub-assembly that we just did, D2, and that goes on the side the closest to you. Just like this. And then we insert the wheel C with that drum also closer to you over the wheel, just like that. Now we turn it around and take part number 52, which is to the right of 49. put it over the number 6 there and insert it into part number 50. Just like that. And our wheel's going to be on there, spinning freely. All right, moving on to the page number 11. Oh, we just did that, step number 5. And then the next is step number 6. We need part number 53. It's right above the 50. And that goes over these all these tabs. I guess to lock it all together. On top. All the way in. All around. Make sure all of the parts snap together. And then part number 54 on the left at the center here. And that goes right in the middle hole, all the way in, up until the hole, just the little tab sticking out. So it has to go through both parts. And now we need to loop another black rubber band around on the right hand side here, the part with the little teeth. So just bring it over and leave it hanging for now. Now part number 55, that's on board number 1 right at the center above the middle here. That one's a little fragile, so be careful with the part. And that one's gonna go with these little design towards the top, right over the wheel. So we make sure that the rubber band is there. We put the part number 55 just like that. And then to it, we attach the little wing that we made with the toothpick facing into that little smaller section. So should be able to slide it in. Just like that. Now wheel's still spinning, and that's our D. Moving on to the page number 12. Now we take the B subassembly. And let's see, so these end, the little axle goes right through these holes right here. So kind of push it through the side, just like that. So there's a little bit of a movement. Now make sure that the rubber band is still here. And now we put part number 56 over it, and 56 is going to be on the right hand side right here. And we take that inner portion out. Let's see. Nope, put the wrong part on here. So we take part B, which was supposed to be attached. Did I miss a step? I did miss a step. Perfect. To part A. But that's okay, because we now can attach it now. So go from the back. Just like this. All right, make sure that the gears are interacting here. And now we're checking all the gears should move. So when you unlock it at 90 degrees, it moves both ways. When you lock it, it moves only one way. Unlock it, moves both directions. Very easy. Lock it, moves only one way. All right, so back to this sub-assembly. Now that gets inserted just like we did before. All right, so we're all good. We unlock it and we put the 56 on there. Not sure if we need to unlock it, but just did in case. Should move both directions. Okay, so everything is working. Moving on to the page number 13. All right, step number 1, we got part number 57. It's right here on the right hand side, right below the middle. 248s, we have it on that little board next to the 6s. Just need 2 of those. Need a little toothpick, cut to size 3. And that goes in the bottom hole of 57. So with the triangle facing down with the long part, the little extension to the left top, and then 248s on top. That's F1. And then F2 would be another 57. We need another toothpick, cut to the size H2 and size 3. And this one's actually going to be the mirror of the other one. So turn it the other direction, and then 2 parts 48. And that's our F2. All right, next step's gonna be on one on the bottom, parts number 59 and 58. So 58s are right here to the left, 2 of them. And 59's gonna be on the right hand side, right next to the 57s that we just pulled out. So 58 from the bottom, one 58 on one side, the other 58 on the other side of the hole, so there should be like a space in between them. I'll use the helping tool to open those up. To move them on the side, and then put the second one over it. And then part number 60 should be on the same board right here to the right of the center, a little below the middle. That's gonna go from the top here in between the two 58s, and we need another rubber band that is 12 millimeter. Another small one. Let's see. I got a 12. Actually, no, that's 15. Did I use the correct one the first time? Yeah. All right, just give me a moment to pull another part number another rubber band. It is 12 millimeters. Once again, just this unit was a return, so I was missing some parts from it. Now I got one more 12 millimeter part, or 12 millimeter rubber band, and that one's gonna go through these little holes of part number 58. Pull it from both sides and around part number 59, and little tabs here on the top, just like that. So one goes on here, one on here, and so the that part number 60, you can press, it's gonna go up and down just like this. So that's our F3. We're gonna put it on the side. Step number, page number 14. Let's see, part number 61 on step 1, still on board number 1. 61's right here, the little above the middle on the right hand side. And then we need part number 62, which is right next to it, the one that I almost broke off. And let's see, put 62 out, and we need 5, 6, 7, so 4 toothpicks. Actually, I have like a half here. I need to cut 3 more. There's 2 holes right here to the right at the top. So one toothpick goes on the left, the bottommost hole, and then 2 right here at the top. Then F1, that's the one just like this, so that's with the little part number 8 facing away from you, and that hook on the right. That's gonna go, so we need to push the toothpicks a little further through, and these 2 holes, that's where they're gonna go. Make sure they're just flushed with the surface. And then 61 is gonna go with the round off portion that goes down. That's gonna go towards here, matching the surface. I need to use the helping tool, make sure the toothpicks don't pull out, and press that part on. And then the F3 through that one hole, gonna go into that one toothpick on the left. Now we need part number 63, actually one more toothpick that goes through the top hole here of part of F1 subassembly. And we need part number 63, that's on the bottom of, below the center line a little bit. It's gonna go through the same toothpicks, same location. Same holes. I'm gonna push it in. That's the sub-assembly towards the inside, so make sure you swing it in. Squeeze these together as far as they can go. Push that toothpick further down. Like this, and then 48, 3 of those. That's what we got left on that little board. They're gonna go on that top toothpick that is coming from F1. Same thing, helping with the helping tool. Just like that. And then we put F2 on there. All the way in. And we cut all the toothpicks off on the other side. One, two, three, and I'm just gonna break off the last one just like that. Put a little bit of a file here just to get the sharp points out. This one is not completely cut, so just cut it off and send it down. And then step number 8, put part number 64, which is right here on the right hand side. And that goes right in the middle, right here. Middle hole, and then we put one of the toothpicks through the center hole, and a hole that on that through that part. And push it in all the way in, flush with the surface, and then cut it off on the other. Make sure the tab sticks out, then you can raise it up or down, and then you slice off on the other end. Now 2 more toothpicks. I'm gonna go on the right and left. Here we go, I got 2 more. Then we need 1 more 12mm rubber band. I guess I was missing a lot of them, not just 2 or 3. That rubber band, let's see, toothpicks through. We put that rubber band in. So there's like a little slots on here, so we got to put it through the slots under the toothpicks and slot on the other side. And under the toothpicks to hold those in place. So you got a movement like this, up and down. Now let's see, step number 13, we need 2 parts number 65. They're right at the center, middle. With the holes facing up, push it through one side. Make sure they're sitting good on the toothpicks. And make sure it doesn't sit all the way against the surface, so you don't want to squeeze them all together, completely together. and then put another part on the other side. So we want to have some spacing in between. So here I'm gonna do enough flush the toothpicks. Push that part in, push part 65 on the other side closer. And then make sure that you said there's some movement there, so they're not together and they're not completely against the surface, otherwise your rubber band's not gonna work. So with a little spacing, I'm gonna slice out the toothpicks. Just like that. All right, so we have movement up and down, and then we need parts number 66 and 67. They're right here at the center. 66 gonna go on that little tab that we just were working on. Make sure it's all the way flush, and then 67 with the hole towards the center here. It's gonna go on the tab on the top, and that's our part F. Moving on to the page number 16. Here we're connecting it right at this, through this hole with, no, we're not connecting it through the hole. We're connecting into these two holes. So we need to push it down, kind of like in towards the engine block here. And let's see. So with this thing facing backwards, still in free floating, I guess we're gonna attach it right here later on. So kind of need to get your fingers in there or the tool to push the part into the hole. One side and then the other side. Make sure it's all the way in so it's nice and flush. See, it's moving up and down. And now we need pre-cut toothpick to size to size 3 again on H2 helper tool. Size 3, and then that's gonna go through the two holes. So one hole right through the here, so you need to line up the hole in the middle and these two guys. Use the helping tool to push the toothpick in and line up. Got it through, and I just broke my helping tool. Good thing it's only helping tool. Now we need to get the other hole in. Here we go. Toothpick into the other hole, so there is a movement like that on a wheel. So now we're page 16, step 3. We need another toothpick cut in half. And then these two toothpicks gonna go through the holes right here. These two holes, all the way through the first, second, and the third, and the fourth part. Gonna use a helping tool to push them in. And you got the two toothpicks sticking out on the other side. We slice that off. Just like that. And we're got part G. Sub-assembly G. Now move it on the side, page 17. Need the parts number, let's see, we need more toothpicks, 3 more, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then part number 68. That's on board number 2. I think we're done with board number 1 completely. There's not a single part left. Board number 2. Let's see, part number 68. That's going to be top left. And then let's see, with the grill facing to the left, we need to insert it into the 4 center holes, the 4 toothpicks. And make sure they're flush with the surface. On the other side, now we need part number 69 and 70. They're top right corner here, and 71, which is going to be right here, the first at the top from the left. All right, 70 on the right, which is a larger little bit piece. Push it all the way in. 69 on the left. All the way in, and then 71 with the shorter thickness facing towards the left. Moving on. Step number 3, you need part 72, 73. They're also on the top here. Little tabs and the whole opening that facing up on the 72. All the way in, and 73, same thing. Push it in, and then we cut off all the toothpicks, all 4. Now we need 3 long ones. We push it from this side, actually towards that block. Almost all the way in. And we could use the shorter ones. We didn't have to use that long ones because we're only keeping a little bit, tiny small portion on one end. Make sure you don't break the part as you push those through. So you need leverage support when you're pushing them. And then let's see, I'm gonna start with a 3, 2, and we need to get it down to measurement 1. So push 3, 1, 2, 1. So you see a little bit of a toothpick sticking out. Just like that. And then we slice these off. Oh, we needed only 3, so I didn't need that top one. Just gonna pull it out and then slice off these 3 from the other end. Right here. All right, so we got 3 of them sticking out on the front, and that's our part H1. Moving to page number 18. And looks like we're doing the mirror of the same thing. So I got some of the longer toothpicks here I can reuse. Recycle, part number 68. the other side. Then we need 69, 70. 71, 72, and 73. And we're doing a similar thing. So we start with the 68, just rotate it the other direction. Do the 3 toothpicks here, or 4 toothpicks on the inside. We do part 69 and 70. Then we do 71. That's the one without any markings on it. Then we do 72 with the tabs towards the front or right side, and then the opening in the back. That opening at the top facing up. Then the last one is port number 73. Just like that. And then slice off the toothpicks. And we're doing the same, 3 more toothpicks. Make sure, let me get that flush with the surface. And then we need, from the other end, 3 toothpicks in these corners. So except the top right corner, we need 3, so we need 1 more. Actually, yeah, I just got another one. Using the same technique, and then we slice off in step number 7. We slice off from the back. Make sure you don't push on the toothpick to get them through, so just hold the part down and make sure they're sticking out. All right, that's our part H2. Moving on to the page 19. We need step 1, part number 74. It's a little on the one part on the left, right below the cluster that we just removed. And 75 is going to be to the left. No, it's at 76. 75 is to the left right here. So that's our step 1. This part with the thicker portion going through the bottom opening, we insert it right here on the left hand side. And then parts number 76 and 77. 76 is right here onto the top left of 74, and 77 to the inside of it. They're gonna go from the bottom, so 76 first on the bottom hole. And 77 is on the top hole. Now we need another toothpick cut to size 3. And that's gonna go through that top hole on the lever from the front towards the back, completely through, and then sticking out on the back. That's our H3. Step 1 on the bottom there, part number 79 and 78. So let's see, 78 is right here, right at the center. I'm gonna use helping tool, although it's broken, still possible to use. And 79 is right next to it. 79, we need to, let's see, wax it up a little bit. And then insert it through 78 with the little tab facing up. Well, it doesn't matter which way it's facing us right now, but eventually it will. All right, we need to get the rubber band ready, so we take one of the bigger ones, slice it open, and then measure 20 millimeters. You can use the measuring tool that is on here. I have my mat is measuring tool, so I can do 20 millimeters on here. $20 millimeters, and then I push it through this little slot. Once again, the tab towards the top of 78, and push it, the rubber band, kind of stretch it a little bit. Tough with the hands being in wax. Tab on the top, so kind of squeeze it down so it sticks out most of the length on the bottom, and then we need part number 80 to lock it up, and 80 is going to be right here next to 79 on board number 2. And with the slot down, put it onto the, so the tab on 79 up, the slot on the 80 down, put it over the part number 78, squeeze it all the way in, and that's our H4. We're gonna leave it on the side. Step 1 to the right, up on the bottom, is part number 81. Then we need 77 and 76. And those gonna go from the front now, 76 on the bottom, with the hole outside, and 77 on the top. And once again, another length 3 of the toothpick. That's gonna go through the top of the lever. Page number 20, and we leave it on this side so it doesn't go through, it just stays on this side. Now we need to H4 inserted through that bottom hole right here. And we use a little piece H3 down here. A little part size 3, we're gonna insert it through the hole of part number 78, just from the bottom, with the rubber band facing down, so that's where you're inserting it from, and just flash with the surface at the top. Now I need to put step 5, part number 82, right at the center here, and 48. Let's see where the 48 is going to be. Hard to find it. Small tiny parts. They're right here. Bottom to the left, bottom below the middle a little bit. 48, one of those. All right, so 82's first, with the hole with that little tab facing towards the part. So that goes in first. And then 48 goes over it, over the toothpick. Now we need to turn it around and bring the rubber band up and through that slot right here. So right around the part and through the slot. And I'm gonna use the toothpick, just kind of pull it out a little bit so it doesn't stick out as much on the end there. And just like this. So it needs to be around and through the top slot. Just like that. And let's see, that's our H5, put it on the side. H6, that's gonna be step 1, parts number 6, 2 6s. They're in the same size, same plate as the 48s. Then we need part number 83, which is right here to the left of the center line, a little above, halfway between the middle and the top. And 84, that's another tough one. 84, 84, 84. I see 85. 84 is right here at the little T, top left. Clear off any burrs. We need to wax sand a little bit of parts number 6. Wax them up. Both of those. And wax number 83. Dip it in, 84 from one of the 6s through 84, all the way in, then through 83, and then lock it with a 6 on the other side. That's our H6. Now step 1, part number 85, which is that piece under 83, and then we need 31s. Let's see, 6 of those. So all 6 are right here on the right hand side. And same thing as before, we use the helping tool H2 to put these into the slots of part number 85. So step 1, insert it a little bit, get it just a little bit enough so it stays on there, and then you can push it in with H2 just a little. Oop. And then push it with H2. Slide it in. H2. Now if you break these little guys, there's a spare one. In the same cluster, there was another one on board number 1, which laying around somewhere here. So in case if you need it, do not throw it away just yet until you're done with the full assembly. And that's one more. That's going to be our part H7. All right. It's H7, step number page number 21, step 1. Part number 86, top left corner. We sand these little sides. The brown side, that is burn side. Send it down, and then that gets inserted into that sub-assembly that we have. Make sure this key shows that it's turned on, I guess, perpendicular to the length of the bike, and that goes over, and it goes at the edge of this little extension right there. And then as we insert it and keep it there, we put H1 over it. So that's gonna go through the hole here with the grill facing towards that direction. And I guess these are the holes that it goes over. There are 3 holes, so that's where the toothpicks are going into. I'm gonna use my helping tool to push those toothpicks in and move the part close to the body. Just like that. Then we put number 87, which are right here to the right of the center line, below all the openings right now. Now 87 goes right over that tab there of part number 86. So I can hold the part number 86 from the other end as I put it on. That's your directionality, so the hole's horizontal, I guess. Push it as far as it can go. And then step number 4, part number 88. They're right at the center, below all the openings. With the shorter part over the head from the front, and then the longer part from the back. Just gets inserted over the cylinder as far as it can go, so the cylinder doesn't fall out. Sure it's still operational. That's rotating the cycle the other direction, or the other side, part H2. Pretty much doing the same thing. The 3 holes match up. Use your helping tool to push the toothpicks and the part all the way to the body. Use second part number 87 that is on the same location. Push it over the rod, and then part 88. With the longer part tab towards the back, that goes over. And let's see, now we need from the same side, we need part number 8 and 6. So 8 is the top right corner, and 6 gonna be on that cluster right here. Both of those need waxing. Number 6 I'll also sand. Remove the excess, and now number 8. from the right side in the direction of move, and then number 6 over it. Moving to page number 22, H6 goes right next to it. And then H3 is the one with the part right here that goes right over these two guys. All the tabs need to fit in corresponding holes. And then the little toothpick goes in the hole on the top there. So make sure the parts are all the way in. Toothpick's all the way in. And we're done with that side. Now, step 11, we turn it around. Now we need part number 89. Right here with the lugs or the little sharp gears. That one needs waxing. And then the gears need to go counterclockwise as you're looking at it. Not the gears, but the teeth. And then we put the part number, that's H7 subassembly, over it. So with the holes facing, these little cutouts facing counterclockwise. And we bring the rubber band over it. To hook it up onto that subassembly H7, just like this. And wait, all right, we're gonna take the part over and then bring it over just like this. And I think it fell off, the rubber band fell off the other side. So we need to make sure, okay, let me take it out first and put it back onto the teeth of the back wheel. And bring it over. Just like that. Let's see, make sure that the rubber band is within all the teeth. Not falling out. All right, so it's catching out all the teeth on both front and back. And as we do that, and we put part number 6 over here to lock the port in. Now I'm using only part of my helping tool. So 6 goes over. Then we put part number 90, little teeth, they're right here in the top right. Where's my part of the helping tool? Probably not gonna, yeah, it does fit. So we need 3 of those. There's a couple of pairs. Let's see if I can get those out. 3 tiny little teeth. I'm gonna use the toothpick to get those out and just broke them off, and now they're out. And let's go into side that drum. Kind of like locking the teeth in. With that hook, I mean, there's only one way you'll be able to put those in. Probably need tweezers here. And the third one. Sorry, my hands are probably covering, not probably, but covering what I'm doing. But that's the only way I can put those in. And as I add those in, I covered with H5 with the rubber band towards inside. matching all the appropriate holes. I'm locking it in. Okay, everything is in place. Push the toothpick further in, and that should be rotating. Okay, I don't think I put the teeth in correctly. Let's double check that. I'm gonna push that part out. Yeah, they should be facing the other direction. So I did face them incorrectly. As I said, there's only one way. Well, I guess there's two ways. That's why mine is not rotating. I just pushed it all out. Losing one. So they should go against the wheel, kind of like facing like this, towards the, away from the wheel, not from the teeth. So 1, 2, and the third one I lost. Don't see it here. There we go. No, that's the tooth here. Okay, I need a replacement for the tooth. Rubber band. Missing the third tooth somewhere. All right, 3. And I'll grab the spare one. Then we have a few. That's gonna go into the third hole. Just like that. All right, so they need to face kind of like towards the outside rather than towards the inside. And then our part H5. All right, now checking again. All right, no movement. So that's rotating. That's rotating. Work it in a little bit. Work it in. All these gears that we just connected. So there got to be some burr somewhere. All right, so if we rotate this, that moves. All right, need to play with it a little bit longer. So when I'm rotating this gear, you can see this one moves on the top. And that's what we're looking for. But it doesn't move when I try to spin it myself. There is a burr somewhere that is preventing me from going and working it properly. All right, so we need to find out the reason why this thing is not moving. And I slept on it a little bit and I think I figured it out. Simple reason, I guess. Let's see if I can find that piece. So as you remember, oh, actually it fell out. So let's see if there is a movement. So we need to make sure. So I thought it's gonna be one of these little teeth that I lost yesterday. So, but now I see that it actually fell out. So I'm gonna put it on the side to make sure it doesn't get into it. Now I need to check the movement. So as I remember, if I rotate here, it moves. Let's see. But if I try to rotate it from here, it doesn't. So I think I just need to work it in a little bit. All right, so now it moves one way. Need to figure out why it doesn't move the other direction. Let's take that part out, double check. Okay, so movement here. Movement the other direction. So both ways I can rotate. So this is the issue was within this guy. Let's see. Put it back on. Rubber band. Make sure it's grabbing the teeth. Try again. All right, without the rubber band. Actually, it works with a rubber band, so let's see. Put it back on. All right, put the teeth back on. Once again, they need to look away from the teeth on that little gear that is inside on there. we'll give it another try. Flying off the table. Double checking. Let's see. Correct. All right, let's reload it again. Three little pieces. Let's see. Good, 2. 3. Lock him on in one spot. All right, so rotating this way and movement. So there's a little bit of a hesitation. It freely moves to the, what is it, counterclockwise direction, but there's some hesitation, so all right. Now there's movement. Okay, here you go. So I just needed to work it in a little bit. It was probably somewhere a burr or something, and a little bit of a hesitation. So now it's rotating both direction. That's what we were looking for. And I wouldn't recommend to go past this point if it doesn't, because obviously it'll be hard to fix it later on, so you'll need to take off more components. So now everything is working. We can move on to the page number 23. Now we do the one of the smaller rubber bands. We push it through the part right here. Let's see, with the help of the tool. So we push it through and we bring it around, and we need 5 rubber bands. So you push it through. Let's get it parallel. This little piece right here, I guess we need to use our helping tool, which I broke. It's all right, we'll work our way around it somehow. So we can use, for example, probably the H tool, nope, or the short piece of that helping tool just to push it through, and then we'll grab it with a hook, just like that. That would be our number 1. We need 5 times 5. 2, 3, 4. The 5th one's already installed. So we'll hold, don't forget to hold 1 because you don't want it to get lost. The first one, here's the second one. And I'll put a helping tool in there just to hold these in place to make sure they're not maybe Let me get those again. Try a different approach. Can get them all together, but we won't be able to push them all together. So one at a time it is. A little struggle when your tools are broken, but and I want to make sure that you guys see it too, so one, two, three, four, and one more. So it's not too bad. To get all of these in. Five. So we got all the 5s in there. Now we need to grab it, grab both of those around. Let's see, I'm gonna grab the ones on the inside. There you go. Pull them out a little bit. Bring that hook from the bottom. Grab all of those rubber bands onto the hook. That's our step number 9. And moving on to the next page, 24. Still holding these. Let's see, we need to push them through 91. 91, board number 91. Hold it with one hand. Step 10, 91 is on board number 2. It's right here. So with this thing facing down, Let's see if there's an indication which direction this little cutoff needs to face. So if I'm holding it the right way, see if there's any indication. Okay, looks like this little cutoff should face, when you're holding it the right way up towards the front towards you, this little cutoff chamfer needs to be on the right hand side on the bottom. So that's what we're looking at. So we pull all the rubber bands out, and we need to, I'm gonna bring them down first. I'm gonna push one side. Let's see, separate them first. Done it with my finger. So push one side through. Make sure all the rubber bands are in there. Then the other side. There's one that has got lost. Just like this. So all the rubber bands needs to go in between, and just bring it forward and lock it onto the front of the chassis like this. And once we're done, that's our part I. So I see that chamfer is to the right and bottom. All right, now we need 2 length of the toothpick. Using our helping tool. 1 and 2. Now we need part number 92. It's right here in the top right corner. We're getting there. And part number 93, and we need 2 of those, 2 of each, because we need to make that 2 times. So these part number 93 is somewhat thin and long, so I would be extremely careful with it not to break it. And let's see, so we do part number 92 first with a little tap towards you. The hole is on the right. We put a little toothpick on into the hole. Push it against the table just to get it flat with the surface. And then these little 93 guys gonna go onto the tab, facing kind of like doing the clockwise direction. And then the other one we turn upside down and make a mirror of it. So they insert the toothpick from the other direction, and then 93 is facing the other way. That's our J2. Now we need the rubber band. We used one there. We need another 20 millimeters. So I'm going to measure against my table rather than with measuring tool, but you can use measuring tool. And we need part number 94, 94 top left corner, and we need 2 of those. So 2 toothpicks and 2 part number 94. Let me use my helping tool to get this out. Broken helping tool. Got these 2 parts out. Wow, they're tiny. And we need 2 rubber bands. So I'm gonna use leftovers again. to stretch it a little bit in order to insert it into these slots. So 1 and 2. Moving on to the page number 25. Step number 1, we need part number 95, which is on the right hand side here, a little bit above the middle. That's our radiator with the hole on the right hand side. That's the only way you can put it in. Now we need that part J1. Just make sure that looks the same. That's gonna go on the right hand side. Let's see, there is a hole right here on the bottom. So that's where it's going into. That's with the toothpick, and then this little part goes right into the middle of that engine block. Just like that. Make sure both of those toothpick and the tab inserted all the way in. And here's the same thing on the other side. So I do toothpick first and then guide that part into the opening, just like that. That's our second part. And now we need to insert J3. Wrap the rubber band and grab it onto here. So on both sides. So we insert the J3 into the let's see, on the left hand side with a little, because there's a little hook, so that hook facing towards the back looks like it. So you insert it, grab the rubber band and slide it into that groove right here, and we'll do the same thing on the other side. Not sure if it matters the directionality, but just in case, that little hook towards the back facing. Slide it in, and then hook the rubber band on that little slit on the body. Just like that, or almost like that because it fell off here. So these two little guys are from the part from this little part all the way to the slot on the chassis. So that completes our J, page 25. Moving on to the page 26. Let's see, we need another wheel. It's going to be the front, so we need 6 toothpicks, or 3 toothpicks cut in half, so 6 parts, 6 times the halves. Alright, now part number 96 and 32. They're both on board number 2 on the bottom here, 96 on the right. 32's right here. There's a few of them around, so take the middle portion out. I guess we'll use this part same as with the rear wheel. Now we need four of the toothpicks into the part number 96. Then and 2 of them into 32. Very similar scenario to the previous assembly. Once again, make sure the toothpicks are flush with the surface there. And port number 32. In the middle. Now next one is we need part number 97 and 98. So 97 bottom left. It's actually not flush, so we need to push it through the back. So we need to push the toothpicks out a little bit on the back of part number 96 and put those toothpicks through the holes of part number 97. And now we need to make sure that they're flush from this side. And same thing with part number 32 that is in the middle there. Push the toothpicks a little bit towards the back and put it through the holes of part number 97. We're gonna do it the other way. Didn't work for me too well from that side, so I'm gonna push the toothpicks through the part number 97 first, and then put 32 on top. All the way down, and then part number 98, a little bit above the 97. It's gonna go from the front of 96. So just make sure you line up all the holes on toothpicks and carefully push it through. Applying pressure kind of equally, otherwise you may break. And we need to go backwards again, so we need to push the toothpicks even more. I think assembling the rear wheel was a little bit easier in that sense. So part number 99, let's see, 2 of them, one in the front, one in the back. They're right in the center. So we push the internal portions out. Just be careful, once again, these are fragile parts. And here, one gonna go from the back. Flush with the surface, and one gonna go from the front. And to port 100 on the back and 101 on the front, 100 in the back for the center toothpicks. Alrighty. So I need to push these toothpicks out a little bit. Flush. And then 101 in the front. Just like that. And now we slice off all the toothpicks. Just like that. Yep, just noticed that one of my rubber bands fell out, so I was trying to see where it came from. And it came from the wheel. back on. Put it on the side. Let's see, so we're now step number 6. We need part number 102, bottom right of that board, and we need to wax it up a little bit, and that goes from the side where part number 101 was towards the back. Doesn't go very easy. I put a little bit of a sanding on that part, and then wax to push it through. All the way in until the little tab there. And now we need 20 of part number 103. So one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So there's one extra that was on the one of the inner pieces. I took the extra out, so it doesn't matter which one. And then we put it the same way as with the rear wheel around the front. So make sure it lines up, and then when it lines up, it actually comes in like very easy in between these little slots. It's a long way around, 20 times. And just keep on going. Make sure it lines up and actually sits almost all the way in, because sometimes if you just slightly off, actually also becomes off. All right, we're halfway through. Just patience and repetition. Almost there. That's our completion of step number 7. Two more. One more. All right, we're done with step number 7. We need 2 black rubber bands. And same as with the rear wheel on page 27, we're putting these 2 black ones over the front wheel. On both sides. Just like that. Nice tires, and put it aside. Now we need 2 times length 2 of the toothpick. And 2 times length 3. Have plenty of different size toothpicks here, leftovers, so I can use those rather than cutting the new ones. All right, now we need parts 107. Part 107 is going to be on the right hand side right here. 107 is on the bottom, 104 is on the top, so we do 107 first. And then 105 and 48. 105 is right next to it. It's a disc brake. And 48 we have right here on the left. So let's start with the 107. The long one's gonna go at the top hole. Short one's gonna go on the bottom hole. And then we do push these through. 105 goes on the back. And then 148 at the top one on the front. Once again, toothpicks all the way through. And that's going to be our K1. And then we do part step 11 and 12. Part 105, 104. That was on the top of 107. 105 again. And then another 48. Same scenario, so the short one on the bottom hole, long one on the top hole. Push those through. 105 from the back. And then 48 from the front, that's going to be our K2. Now part number 106, step 13, that's on the bottom right. With this little cutouts or design facing the front, K2 is going to go on the right hand side. So with that brake system towards the back. And then K1 is going to go, we're going to take the wheel where the tabs are at, that's where the K2 is going to go into. And then K1 is going to be on the other side through the hole, that centerpiece, and then lock it up on 106, just like that. Alignment is not very good. It's one of these little pieces, that internal one is sticking out. It's not sitting completely in. I'm gonna fix that. And K3 is complete. Page 28. Let's see, we need 5 half toothpicks, or 5 times toothpick. Okay, I'll take 3 for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Part number 108 and 109. They're both, so on the right and left hand side. First. All right, let's see. They look the same, so yeah, it doesn't matter. It just make sure that K5 is going to be mirror image of the K4. So we have that angle thing on the right hand side right now, and then we're going to have to do it on the left hand side. So 3 toothpicks into 3 holes, and then we put 109 over the toothpicks. Once again, careful applying the pressure, because you can snap the parts if you put it in the wrong location. And we can actually reuse these toothpicks because they're long enough. So that's our K4, and now step 1 on the right there for K5, so 109 and 108 parts again. Now the diagonal one is on the left hand side. I'm gonna use the same toothpicks, and we put the 109 over it. And slice off the toothpick, same with K4. Now we can use these toothpicks again. They're long enough for the next step. Step number 1 on the bottom there. Need part number 110 on the left hand side here. Two toothpicks right at the center. Small holes. And we need parts number 111, which are right next to it, a little bit above. Two of those, matching the outline. Let's see. So with the larger circle on the bottom, the shorter ones on the top. That's going to be our K6. Careful with the fingers again. that. That's our K6. And now we need 2 more toothpick. I'm gonna use the longer one now. Part number 112. That's gonna be on the right hand side right here. Use my broken tool. Put the 2 toothpicks through these little tiny holes. Flush. Now part number 113, 114, and 115. They're all right next to each other. 113, 114, and 115. So 113 is first. All the way in. 114 is next. And then 115. And then we put 1/16 on the sides. They're right here, right next to 115 to the left of it. I'm gonna cut off the excess toothpicks and put 1/16 on these little, with the largest hole onto the sides, right? No, with these little angular holes towards the back. So it looks like the picture is not correct there. So we use these angular holes so that larger ones should face towards the back, just like this. That's K7. Now next step, number 1 on page 29, we take our wheel, we put K5, that's with the slope towards the back, cut out towards the wheel, we put it on the right hand side. Let's see. Oh, so this thing goes right into the slots. I would probably put a little bit of a wax on both sides right here. And one more time, so this one's on the back, towards the back like this. And then K4 is on the other side. So your brakes are towards the back, so that angular portion is going to be also towards the back. That's the exclamation point on there. And then our K6 is going to go from the top, and that cutout is going to be facing forward. And that needs to go all the way down to here. Down to the bottom. Make sure everything stays intact. And then we put the flight from the hold on one second, from the front, from the back. All right, that should go in the front like this. Facing down. I'm like a little bit confused by the picture. So light facing that way, the brakes on the right. Now we need part number 48. Gonna put it on the side for now. 48s are right here, or 45, sorry. On the right hand side, we're a little bit above the middle. So we need both of these. I'm gonna push them out. Still running. And these go 45's gonna go from the inside. Probably easier to put those on first. Through this small hole. All right, one side's done. And then from the other side, same thing. That's going to be a little bit tougher to put through. Tough little guy, but we'll get it eventually. That's tough. Let's think of something how we can easier put it in. I don't have any tweezers here, but you kind of have to stick your fingers in there. Probably a better idea, as I did before for the first one, is to push these in first, then bring them in. Let's see if we can take the other one out. Probably not anymore. So we have to fiddle with this one until it gets in there. Here we go. Yay. Now we need to find the other hole. There we go. Now the light is in. Whew, that was a tough step number 4 and number 5. And now we need the 25mm. That's this one. Little bigger one. Diameter rubber band, and then it's gonna go through these holes here. Lift it up. Through the first one. And where are we gonna hook it? It's gonna show on page number 30. So we're hooking it with part number 117. So that's probably a good idea to pull those out first. So 117 is right here. And it's to the left of the center line, halfway between the middle and bottom. They're gonna go into here, to these slots. So first we need to push that rubber band through. And you are allowed to use other tools like paper clips and stuff like that. So if you have those around, I recommend to use those to pull the rubber bands through. Now I'm gonna use the toothpick just to hold that end, and gonna have a 107, hook up the rubber band through it, and push it into the hole, just like that. I have my toothpicks holding the rubber band on the other side, So pull it out, take the toothpick out, and put the other 107 on the other end. And lock it in. So now you have good amortization there on the K part. Next step, one to the right, is take the J part, part number 118. It's in the top left corner here, the lowest part that you can find. That goes right on the front, just like that. And then we put a K in with the brakes towards the back. That goes into the hole right here. There's like a little hole, just like that. Now put part number 119, top left corner, or right at the center, middle to the left. And that goes with a hole towards the back through the fork. And I would put a little bit of a wax on the fork just to get that part in. Push it carefully. A little bit by little. And make sure that the other part is also through that hole. And you squeeze it as far as it can go. Make sure you don't open up the bottom one. So it should be nice and clear, or no spacing in between here. So 119 should sit like nice and flush there. Next is parts 120, two of them. They're right here, the center, to the right of the center line in the middle. Two 120s and 121 to the left. With the thicker portions towards the bottom. We'll put this instrument cluster, just like that. And that goes right in the middle here. And then we need part 122, which are handlebars on the right hand side here, a little below the middle. And make sure the orientation, so they kind of like go towards the middle. You push these in. Two handlebars all the way in. So they need to go towards inside, kind of like wavy towards the inside. And then that's it. So we rotate that key 90 degrees so it's parallel to the length. And now we put part 124 on the left and 123 on the right. So 123 is right in the middle to the right of the center line, and then 124 is right here, and below the center, or right at the middle to the left of the center line. 132 just fell out, so make sure you don't lose it if it fell out for you. Now 123, we're gonna go through the left one first. So 123, on the inside and 124 on the outside. Just like that. Hold on 1 second. If we need to put one inside the other one, no, they're just right next to each other. And then we do let it sit there, and then we do 123 and 125 on the other side. So the second 123 and 125, which is above 124. We're gonna do it on the right hand side. Same scenario, 123 on the inside. That one's first because it's not gonna fit in the other direction, and we enter this. Now, both of these facing up, we need to put part 126 through them. 126 gonna be right here, to the right of the center line, below the halfway between the middle and the bottom. That's gonna go through these two parts into the center holes. Just like that. Now parts number 127, they're right above, right here, right below 126. One's gonna go from the right side, the other one, so with the tab towards you, and to like the little opening on the outside. So one's gonna be on the left, and right in my case, and one is on the left. Just like that. Now we're lowering it down. Onto the bike, and then part number 129 and 128. So 129 is the first, 128 is the smaller one. 129 is the second. So 128 with UGears gonna go on the bottom portion. Then 129. Moving on to the page number 32. 130 and 131. Is the last one. Just like that. And then 132's on the side. Let's see, 132, that's the one that fell out. One right and left. And we don't have any more parts on this board that we need. There's some spare components in case if you need it, just keep it on the side so it's not on the way. So 132 is gonna go over here on the side. One side, and then I'm gonna start off on the right and give it a little pressure on both sides so we don't break anything. Kind of like equal. Make sure it sits all the way in. done with L. So now next is step number 1 on the right hand side, page 32. We need part 134, that's on board number 3, top left corner. Part number 133, which is right in the center here. 89, which is top left. And part number 6. There's plenty of them here. Found one right here. Now 6, we're gonna wax, sand and wax. And we're gonna wax part number 89. Now 133 with the frame kind of like going up towards the back. 133, let's see, it's symmetrical, so it's gonna go through the center hole here. I'm gonna put a little bit of wax because most likely there's gonna be some rotation there. So it's gonna go through the hole here. 6 gonna go on inside. And then 89 is gonna go on the outside with the teeth facing counterclockwise direction if you're looking at the part. That's our part M. Put it aside. Now we need toothpick. Cut 2 size 2, 3 of them. One. Two. And 3. And now we need step 1 on the bottom here. We need part 137 and 138. They're both on board number 3. 137 a little below the middle on the left hand side, and 138 right at the center line below the middle. So with these cutouts, circular cutouts facing clockwise direction, we're gonna put it over 137 by putting little toothpicks in first. Tough. Toothpicks first. Now once again this drum over the top, match up the holes and press it in just like that. That's our N1. Put it on the side. Step 2, we need part number 135. That's on the left hand side right at the center here, and then 117 is right next to it. They're gonna go into the top holes from the side where it kind of like slopes up. That's from away from you, then it's from the right hand side. So you push those in just a little bit, just don't push them all the way in so they don't lock. Just a tiny bit. Actually one I pushed the wrong way. And you can see right here they're sitting a little bit off, so you need the spacing in between the part and part number 117. That's going to be our N2. Put it on the side. Now step 3, we need part 136 and 2. 136 is going to be right here at the below middle to the right of the center line. And 2, need to find it somewhere. I see 6, 2, bottom right next to 147. So 2, I'll let's see, I'll sand it a little bit and put a wax. Push it through, and 136, make it N3. Then N3 is gonna go through these little sub-assembly with the 117 facing down. It's gonna go like this, and then we put it onto the part number 137 into the slot. Make sure it rotates, and we're good with that sub-assembly on page 32, step 4. Next is we need 90s again, step 5 on page 33. So the 90s are right at the center here. I have a spare laying around somewhere, just in case, hopefully. The toothpick to further push these out, break them with the tool and then push them with the toothpick. So these guys gonna go, once again, the same thing against the kind of like circular line. And that's our part N. Now that's gonna go right here, so we lift this part M up, and with these little teeth facing down, just the way we were holding it, we put it against the N. And now we need parts 139 and 140. So both of those are on board number 3, 139's right here, because I'm holding the part, and 140. So 139 is gonna go towards the back. That's the one with the little hook. We put it right here. Through 2 tabs, all the way in, and then 140 is gonna go in the front with a little step towards the bottom. Now parts 141, so now we can let it go. 141, 2 of them on the left hand side, on board number 3, with the tabs towards the left side. They're gonna go over the same little tabs that we just inserted the parts 139 and 140 on. Squeeze them together. Now part 142, 2 of them and 2 6s. So 6s right here to the left of the center line, right above the middle. 1 and 2. And then 142s are on the left hand side, right below, to the right of 141. Just in case 6s, as we've noticed before, they've been used on the moving parts. So I'm just gonna sand them down just in case, put a little bit of wax, although it's not mentioned yet, but just in case. And then that's let's see, 142 is gonna go on first. That's the with the round slot onto this tab right here with the hook towards the front. And then the other one's gonna go hook towards the back onto the top one. Next, we need a 12mm rubber band. Once again, considering this shortage of those in my kit, I have to get it from my spares. Now that's gonna go through wrap it around 117. Okay, so we need to wrap it around that's part 142, 117, and then bring it over. So we're gonna go over. Ooh, my hands are slippery. 117. That one got one in a little bit. Think I might have pressed it in accidentally. So we need to undo those a little bit. And same thing with the other one. All right, so we're gonna go through 142, around 117. Make sure the rubber band goes in there. And then around 142 again. Try it again. Second try. Once again, grab it, go around 117. It's tough because 117 is already sitting in there almost. Let's try one more time. We need to hold 117 down a little bit, and that's it. And just push it in, make sure it sits there nice and tight. Not sure if it will. Is there anything else that goes over it? nothing else. All right, so I'm gonna put a little piece of toothpick in there or something. All right, 117, we need to make sure that it sits there nice and tight. But it doesn't want to. Solution. One of the solutions would be to put a little bit of a glue on that little part. So we see that there's a lot of tension on that, and I don't see it being held up with anything else later on. So we will use a glue at a later point of time to put that, to keep that rubber band in and piece 117 in place. All right, I'm gonna do a workaround. I'm not gonna call it what it is, but a little bit of a super glue. As this one, 117 worked a little bit too much, and let's see, just hold it in place, make sure it doesn't get any on the on the other parts there. All right, so that should work. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. Once again, I'll call it a workaround because I've been pulling in and out those parts a few times, and obviously the connection is not as strong anymore. Can't think of anything else on how to fix it. So I need one more rubber band. And let's see, we'll do the same thing on the other side. So let's see, we wrap it around on here, grab the little tool, and we go 117 on one side first, and then on the other. Need to pull it out a little bit because it's I set it too tight. And most likely I'm gonna have the same issues on the other side. Uh-oh. parts back on. Make sure you don't lose it. All right, need to find it. Just shut it somewhere. Come back to the first page, make sure if I have any spare ones. So I do have to go look for it. I'll be back in a second. Third time is a charm. And one more try. I'll just end up doing the same thing as I did with the other side. Put a little bit of a glue on it once I get this rubber band around. All right, actually looks like I don't need to put a glue, but we'll see in a second. All right, so these parts are back on. There's a little movement, but it looks it's fine, so it should stay in there. I will put a little bit just in case. So same thing as on the other side. Put all the other parts back on. Okay, so that's our definite feedback back to the manufacturer, as there's a little small flaw in that little design there with the toothpicks, or not toothpicks, but these connection points. So we need some toothpicks and cut to the size number 3. We need 4 of them. One, 2, 3, and 4. All right, 4, and then we need parts number 143, which stop right on border number 3. And parts number 144, 145. They're gonna be, let's see, 144 is on the left here, halfway between the middle and the bottom. Then 145 is bottom right. And then 146 to cover it all. And then 146 is top left corner. So we do remove any extra spare stuff is in there. So 143 we rotate with that sharper end towards the away from you. 4 holes right here at the top. That's where we put the toothpicks in. Use your helping tool to press on them to get them into the holes, because otherwise using your fingers is going to be a little tough. And then part number 145. And 144 on the other side. And then on top is 146. Sure it fits into the toothpicks. And then step number 2 is part number 147, which is bottom right. That's like a key that goes right in the middle here, in between the parts. All right, next that's going to be our sub-assembly that goes over O. Let's see, it's going to be a little bit on the right hand side. Okay, so from the bottom here, or these things gonna go underneath. So this is gonna go a little bit of underneath and then into these little tabs. Slide it in, and that's our P. So that axle is going to be on top, and these 2 little guys on the bottom, and then they'll should fit into the little openings there on the bottom. Next step is one on the right hand side, part number 148. That's on a little below the center on the left here. 149 to the left of it. That's like one big piece. Then 150, there are two of them, so just one and two. So the seat, the 149 goes on the front hole. 150 goes right behind it. The other 150 goes the third hole. And then we do step number 2, 151 and 150 again. So 150. We have a second one. And 151 to the right. Still have 152. I will come back to it. So 150, first hole on the bottom. Then 151, first hole on the bottom. Then 150, and then we have another 150 and 152. So we'll have those pulled out. So 150, and the top hole is 152. UGears facing front. Now lock it up with 153, which is let's see, on the right hand side at the middle here. Just match the holes one by one. Just like that. And then we insert it into the P, or P inserted into the so that rod needs to go into that hole right here. And then as we get it close, we're just gonna sit it into the corresponding holes on the base, just like that. So our axle rod is right here. And let's see, page number 36. On the other end, we put 154 and 6. So 154 is bottom right, and 6 is right next to it. So we just need 1, or right below it. And that's 154, wax it. Then it goes onto that rod. As far as it can go. And then 6, we'll send it and also wax it. Send the connection points. Put a little bit of wax on it. Lock that gear. Make sure it doesn't fall out. And then we put part 155 over it. Top right here. So that's gonna go over 6, and then actually the other way, just like this, and then you turn it around and lock it into the base. So it'll hold that gear in place, just like this. That's our cue. Now we need another wheel. 3 more toothpicks, cut in half. And part number 38. That's going to be bottom center. And we put the 4 toothpicks on the outside. Then part number 156, bottom left. That one's going to go on the outside holes. One toothpick is out, but I'm going to push it back in. Just like that. Then 2 toothpicks in the center. Moving on to the page number 37, part number 157, that's bottom left. Make sure you line it up, align it correctly to get the toothpicks in into the proper holes. Everything is aligned, push it down. Make sure all the toothpicks are to the surface. That was our part number 157. Then we need 2 32s, bottom left, both of those. These gonna go in the center. Over these 2 toothpicks, center toothpicks. Now part number 38, bottom center. That's with the outside holes there. And we put part number 37, which is bottom left, over the 2 toothpicks in the center. And we chop off all the toothpicks around the wheel, the 4 ones outside. Then the 2 on the inside, push them all in from the other side. Make sure they don't stick out, and then chop them off. One and 2, and now 20 of the part number 158. Similar as with the other wheels. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, let's see, 17, 18, 19, and 20 are all on board. Number 3. All right, now let's put them all around like we did before. That's step number 7. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit, as you guys know what to do, hopefully. I'm about halfway, well, a little less than halfway through. Just pushing these little parts in. Few more left. After putting that many parts all around, I know for sure that the wheel's not going to fall apart. The last one, step number 7 on page 37. All right, now next 2 steps are step number 8. We need the 2, or just one rubber band in the center, one black one, just like this. And that's our R1. Now, step number 1, bottom right, page 37, part 160, top right corner. And 3 parts number 159. They're also top right corner. 1, 2, 3. I'll send them all around. And put some wax over it. So two of them is going to go on the shorter side. And one of them is going to go on the longer side of that rod. and that's our R2. Page number 38, parts 58. Let's see, there should be a little below the middle on the right hand side, one part number 48. Let's see, where's my broken tool? Right here at the center, a little bit above the middle. A little tough with the hands being a little slippery. There we go. And we need 15 millimeter of toothpick cut. So we cut off the sharp end, measure 15 millimeter. You can use the measuring tool, or I'll use my board again. So 15, that's 2.5 squares for me. Here we go. No, actually 1.5. It's 10 millimeters each square, so there we go. Perfect. Now it's gonna go through one, number 58. Where's my helping tool? Just to push that toothpick all the way to the surface. Then 48. And we're pushing it all the way to 58, and then the second 58. Now the toothpick needs to come out equal on both sides, so to be symmetrical. And then two parts number 59, they're at the center, almost at the top there. They're gonna go over 58. And then 60 is gonna go right at the center. And 60 is gonna be right here, like right below the middle. To the right a little bit of the center line. So that's gonna go the 60 right inside, and then we need another 12 millimeter rubber band. That should be part of your package. And kind of like we did before. With the in the beginning of the assembly, push the rubber band through. We'll fix it with a toothpick on one side to make sure it doesn't goes in, and then you loop it over the part 59 on one side, and then loop it on over part 59 on the other side. And then, so your part number 60 is going to be inside there. And make sure that both our rubber bands are caught in the center, little hole in there, part 60. And that's our little amortization there. That's our 3. Now we need the, let's see, length 3 of the toothpick. Got one of those there. And then length 2. And these two parts are going to go into part 161, which is on the top right here of the board, top center. So the longer one goes on the left hole, shorter one on the right. Push it in. Part 47 goes right behind it. 47's right there, right next to 161. So with that little tiny hole on the right hand side, matching this hole right here. And then 48 is gonna go over it. Another 48 is right at the center, a little bit above the middle, or to the right of the center. And that's gonna go on that little toothpick, the longer one. Next, we need part R2 that we just assembled not long ago. With one number one round one goes through that hole, and then R3, the toothpick's gonna go right into this hole right here, just like this. Page number 39, part 162 goes over them. 162 is in the top right here, top center. And then it's a mirror image of the other side. So make sure the toothpick's going through, locking the parts in, or keeping the parts in place. And then we put our helping tool into these holes right here just to keep it together. Help keeping it together or pushing it in. And part 163 to lock it on the 2 tabs in the front there. So your helping tool is just to apply pressure to make sure you push that part 163 as far as it can go. Now on that end here of the rod, the shorter end, we put part 164 and 6. 164 is going to be on the bottom here, all the way bottom right, and so is part number 6 is right next to it. Part number 6 we will slightly sand and wax, and we also is going to wax part number 164. Okay, so 164 goes over the rod as far as it can go, and then 6 will lock it up. That's your R4. Then put it aside. Now next step is step 1 on the bottom here, part 165, bottom right, 167, and 166. So 166 is in the middle on the right side. 167 is a little bit to the right of center line, a little bit above the middle. So we go with that hook towards you. 167 goes in the front, and 166 goes in the back. So there is a little shorter, there are two tabs on top and the bottom, so these tabs should be closer to the right side. You push that part in, and then part 168, that can be found right at this to the right of the center, to the left of the center, a little bit at the top. That goes through these 2 holes. And then we'll lock it up with 165, which is going to be on the bottom right again, in the same direction as the other one, just like that. And then I would wax a little bit these guys here, the round portion, and we're putting R4 with the longer rod on the right hand side. Again, I kind of slide it in. No, we don't need that. Let's see, page 40 will give us the mystery. I guess it's just staying as is right now without any secure motion. We need parts 169 and 170, top left corner right here. And then 170 goes into this opening right here, which you're gonna put on the bottom, just like this. And then we're putting it on the right hand side into this opening right there of your sub-assembly over the two tabs, and into under UGears there's a little hole there too, so we're inserted in there. And then on the other side we put part 171. Let's see where it's at. It's right here, a little bit below the middle on the right hand side, left of the center line. I'm starting to mix up my left and right, and that goes over here. So you want to put a little bit of a wax there maybe, and that goes all the way in. Now we need length H3 on a toothpick. And that H3 is going to go through these three holes. At the top. Push it through one, push it through the second, line it up, and push it through the third, locking this amortization in. And then we're putting a wheel on the longer rod over here with the brake towards the inside. That's our step number 7. Step number 8, we take our sub-assembly here with the larger gear. So this is gonna interact with the large gear, this little one that goes. So there's a opening here, and this tab, these tab, they all gonna fit into that from part Q into the sub-assembly that were just made. And then make sure the gears are interlocking so this rotates when you rotate the wheel. Next is part 172, step 9, top right corner. Good thing I didn't say left. And that goes with the little T towards right here. We're inserted into the hole in the back of the seat, right here on the left, and then this little T is gonna go into these two parts right there, holding it together, and that's our R, sub-assembly R. Moving to the page number 41, put it aside. We need part 173 and two 174. So 174 is right here and to the right of the center line and a little bit to the left of the center line, right above the middle. And 173 is going to be, let's see, 173 is right here to the top right. Looks like we're getting close to the end of the assembly because there's less and less parts are left. All right, so 174s are going to go with these things, tabs to the bottom, these little openings, they're gonna go into these two at the top of part 173, and they're a little bit under the angle. And then 175s, which can be found right at the center here above the middle on same board, number 3. So these ones, let's see, we're putting it in the outmost holes on the right and the left hand side, and they're gonna squeeze in into these holes of part 174. Just like this. And 176, step number 3 on the bottom. 176 is to the left of the center line, a little above the middle. That's gonna go right in the front here, 2 little tabs, locking all the parts together. And now this is gonna go onto the front, and these 2 tabs of parts 174, they're gonna go through these 2 holes, and these tabs gonna go through the holes on the inside. So push the inside hole first, on the other side, and then we push it from the bottom, 2 tabs right there. Moving on to the page number 42. Parts number 180 and 181, they're right here on the little above the middle to the right of the center line. 180, 181. 180 is going to be on the left side. And that's going to go on the tab here. And opening right at the top right here. Same thing on the other side, just a mirror image. Just like that. Next, step number 3 are parts 177 and 178. They're on the bottom right. So 177s with the little tabs towards the bottom. The circular portion, that's what goes through the tabs. And then 179, it's right at the center there, at the top, with a little dot facing towards you. That's gonna go on the end. And this portion is gonna go right in the 2 holes and the front there. That's going to be our windshield. And a couple more little parts. We need 2 times size 3 of the toothpick. One and 2. And these guys gonna go into the holes right here at the left side of the sidecar. Very front holes sticking out at the front. I'm gonna use my tool to push them in. until they're visible on the other side. Push it back a little bit. So sticking out, and one of them from inside, so this is going to be towards the front, both of those. Just like this, flush. So there's two toothpicks sticking out a little bit on the front. Let's see, everything is in place. Nothing is falling out. All right, everything's good, and that's our S, which is sidecar, I'm assuming. Page number 43, moment of truth. Make sure that everything is working. So we can connect this to the bike. And then the way you bring it in, where do we bring it in? Into these two holes, right here on the bike. Push it towards the front, kind of locking it in. And then we need to make sure that these two guys line up. The opening and the tab. We spread these tabs open, and they lock onto the outside. One and two. Just like this. So everything is now locked together. I hope it was clear. So you pull these out, push it in, and it locks itself. And then it locks the sidecar in. So now we have the sidecar and the bike is done. Step 43 is, page 43 is complete. Now we pull the key out. We bring this up. We insert the key into the middle. Page 45, we turn it counterclockwise direction. Make sure this key, the front, is parallel to the length of the bike, and we do about 14-15 half turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 half turns. Close it up, put the key back in. Page 46. Bring this back down. Turn the key sideways. And it should go. Whee! All right, now we need to figure out why it's not. And okay, let's lock it back up. And I'm gonna take the sidecar off and we'll figure out why it's not going. So we'll first test the bike to make sure it goes. So I'm gonna use the helping tool to unlock this little tabby there. Bring it out, unhook it. Let's see, turn the key. And it should go. There we go. There's some movement. So there's just, as I mentioned before, there's some burrs. We need to make sure that we clear everything up, everything is working before we move any further. So just rotate it until it unwinds. And the more times you do it, the easier it's going to become. So it's almost open. Take the key again. Lock this key and let's wind it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, the key's broken. 11. Okay. Unlock it and let's go. The mechanism is locking up a little bit on one of the gears. Let's play with it until it's easily, you can unwind it easily without this little locking. All right, again. Unlock it, open it. Two, 3, 4, 5. All right, so let's continue playing with this bike a little bit. Now we need to wind it up. So I see there is like a little struggle when winding. I'm helping myself with the gear here. So as I'm winding it, I'm pushing that gear, rotating that gear just to make sure that it's just easier to wind. Lock it up. Rotate the key. Now it goes a little bit easier. Still, I think it makes one revolution and then locks up somewhere. But the longer we play, the better it's going to be. So we need to run it a few more times, maybe 5 more times, but we'll see. Unlock. So you need to play with the mechanism. There are a lot of moving components. Obviously, it's a lot of friction in there. Maybe not enough wax on my side. See, lock it. There we go. Unwind it completely. No. Okay, so here's the assembled unit. This one, obviously, as you saw, I wasn't able to run it right away. But once again, it's just you need a little bit time and patience to work it in. So all the gears, because there's so many transfer of energy, transfer of forces in between the gears, and if there's a small burr somewhere or not enough wax, you will have an issue, and that's what I had. So I ran it for about half an hour, so like just keep unwinding it and unwinding it. One thing I found out, so with as far as the key, it can be used there might be a little bit more tension that needed, so it can snap. So I helped myself with rotating this gear on the bottom, that it's actually rotating the rubber bands. So as I'm winding it up, I help myself to move that gear with the finger, and at the same time rotating the key just to get enough winding. And then it's just easier, because if you try by the key, there is a chance that you're gonna break it. So let's do about what is it, 15 half revolutions. I'm just gonna use my fingers rather than using a key. All right. So just using a key, instead of using a key, using my fingers and helping myself with the finger on that bottom gear right there, just to get it wind up. Once again, we're looking for about 15 revolutions. And after working that mechanism in, I want to say ran it about maybe 15 times or so. So winding it and let it run, just helping a little bit with the gears, like with your finger to help it unwind. I got it running. So we wind up about 15 half turns, which puts it about 7, 8 full turns. And then you close it up, set it, turn the key, and off it goes. So once again, there's a lot of gears in here, there is a lot of friction, so make sure you wax during the assembly properly. I actually also went in and took part of it off, like these little sides, and re-waxed these gears that are here, and everything that is visible, just with a little stick, and applied as much wax as I could. So, and here's your model, and then a couple runs, and it should go easier with every single run. So once again, it's just, instead of using a key, I'm just using my fingers. And once you wind up, turn the key, and it should run. Once again, any questions, problems, feel free to leave the comment below on the video or send us email at info@ugears.us. If you need any part replacements, same thing, we can replace it at no charge if you send the email to info@ugears.us, letting us know what part number you need, where the item was purchased, and your shipping address. And if it was purchased from us or from one of our affiliates, we'll ship it at no charge. If it wasn't, we can request the part from the manufacturer at no charge, or for a small $3.50 fee, ship it from our warehouse. Once again, it's info@ugears.us. Our website is UGears.us. This is Dimitri with Ukidz LLC, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Bye.